It was not good. Oh my god, I forgot it was Saturday, Alba. I can do a round of Catexto if you'd all like. I completely forgot what day it was. I'm gonna be so real. Do you all want Catexto or do you want to hop into the Roottrees? I'm willing to make this a democracy. We'd probably only do one. It's too late to play Roottrees. Alba, how about this? How about this? I'll do some Catexto before Carol read tomorrow. I'll make up for no Catexto today by doing Catexto tomorrow. Because we've already started this and we've talked for a little bit. My days are getting all messed up. My work schedule's been so weird lately. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting shit. And I'm like, I know I'm supposed to be here. I don't ever remember what day it is. I'm like, what day is it? Where am I? Who am I? I feel like I've time traveled. Not the Nutmeg. Not that I like your hat, not. I think you owe it to us. Wait, I owe you what, Brandon? Oh, to make it my banner? Yes, I should. Hi, Chamomile Lady, it's good to see you. I'm gonna break down what the Roottrees are. We have been playing for a little bit, so if you don't want spoilers for this game, you might want to lurk. You kept thinking it was Saturday last night. I think it's because I ended up not streaming yesterday and I had to do the work stream. I think that's what threw me off. I will say this week is not going to be any different, really. Schedule's going to be a little wonktastic. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. We'll make sure we do Catexto beforehand. So we'll do Catexto tomorrow. We'll do Carol Reed, the new one. And then Wednesday through Friday, I will be live. And then Saturday and Sunday of next week, I will not be. Because your girl is taking a vacation. And by that, I mean I'm going to sit with no pants on my couch. Woo! Let's go! I'm so excited. I'm going to just sit with no pants on my couch and just vibe and, like, enjoy the life for 6 days. Could be great. So I'll dive in with no context. Oh, you mean context? Gucci out of the couch. Jessica. I'm gonna wear underwear, okay? And probably my old granny robe. Don't judge me, Ash. I paid good money for that couch, and I can rub my coochie on it if I want. Enjoy your live, laugh, lurk, Brandon. Everybody go follow Brandon, please. So as you probably know, there are things known as family trees. I, in this game, am a genealogy genie. I didn't make that up. That is actually what they call themselves in the game. So, we are trying to discover what happened with the blood relatives of the Roottree family. So, the Roottrees sisters and their dad, Carl, have all died in a plane... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! You scared the shit out of me! He sneezed so loud and aggressive, it scared me so bad. Cam, hello! Oh, welcome back, Shards. I just had a heart attack. A genealogist, indeed. So the Roottrees sisters and Carl have all died in a plane crash. And then you need to find, there's a money reward that's going on, and we need to find and make sure that every single one of the Roottrees is found and that they are a legitimate blood relative. The way you do this is you find clues, and then you search the World Wide Web. You also search books, periodicals, and sometimes have to do little puzzles to fix various pictures. We also have a table of evidence over here, where we can listen to songs, grab photos of people, explore leads, etc. I also have been taking notes. You can build out pages in your notebook here and like do this stuff. I try to delete the notes as we go along because I don't want to have too many that are unnecessary. But so far we've got a few. Every 3 people that we get, they lock in just like Oberdin. And then a lady who has hired us comes after a specific amount. So I need 9 more before she pops back in. The family root tree. Yes, Camel Lady. Look like Matt Pat. Oh my god, you're so right. Oh, also, I would smash every single person in this family except for Clark so far. He snuck up on you just to sneeze. He was across the room, by the way. Like, he is all the way on the opposite side of the house. Your sneeze often sounds like a maniacal scream. I just got A24'd. Will their ancestry determine the cause of the plane crash? It might. Because here's the thing. There's this thing known as the root tree curse. It seems like a lot of people die randomly. So we might be able to find that there was foul play afoot. Because stuff has been getting yoinked from Carl's office. So there's something going on that's suspicious. This game reminds me of a bit. I have. Cardi's actually been playing it. I was waiting because I was like, I really want to figure out if it's all bug free, because I'd heard originally Shadows was really buggy. But I think that now it's gotten better. I might want to try to pick it up. I also want to finish Obra Dinn sometime after this. Anyway, they own the Root Tree Candy Company. These are the founders. There's been 5 presidents total. These are what are known as the 5 pieces. Then we have the next generation here, Star Trek, and then we have the current generation, which I can't remember. I think it's called the Fresh Steps or some shit. The candies are named after the kids, so that's how we figured out this line. We figured out a few different things. I want to zoom in on here because Clark is a piece of shit. So Clark had multiple spouses and multiple kids, but he cheated on multiple people. He cheated on Danielle, he cheated on Jane, and then he also then marries Kim, who's the sister of Jane. I think it's like Fresh Steps. I can't remember exactly. I wanted to play this because I know I'm gonna start forgetting things. If you see these little question marks in the bottom here, that means we can put additional photos of this person. If you see the spouses, these are optional. We don't have to have them in order to lock in. However, it helps. And also those will typically have photos of their own. Everything is sibling order from oldest to youngest. So this girl is the oldest, this girl is the youngest, if that makes sense. You love that one? I want to play it all the way through. I started it and then I had to take a break and I forgot too much about it. Have you been doing the side games, Ash? He cheated on Jane with Kim. Hi, Cleric. Also, I'm okay with you doing the mystery with me. This is just a chill puzzle day, so I don't really mind. Actual conspiracy board for this game. So I have a couple things that I want to try to look out for today. I kind of want to look at this situation up here. I think that this person's wife is named Lucinda or some shit. I want to try to find more about her. I also know that Gwen's kids, one of them has alliteration. And I was thinking about this after the last stream. And there is a thing. I think it's an article. It's this one. So, from what you can tell, RR attempted to unsuccessfully remove a fellow family member from the trust. So, one of the Gwen's kids is named after, they have alliteration. I'm wondering if RR is one of her kids. And if we could figure that out, we've got the pictures. You're on the secondary one, but had to stop because I was tired as hell and not help as much today. Cleric, it's all good. If you want to, if I get stuck or anything and you want to kind of hint, you can always ask too. Sorry to hear they have alliteration. You're like, rip. Rest in peace. What if I do RR? No. Okay. Well, that didn't help. Ooh, you know what I could do? I could have a little cheeky poke. Root tree? Look down here. What if, oh my god. What if it was just Robert and Ronald? Can I even look those up? I wish you could look people up sometimes. I get why they don't. I get why they don't let you. Ooh, what if I do Starlit? Because Gwen was in there a lot. Gwen, Root Tree. answer it all for you. You're like, you're on your own today, Jess. We're getting back into games and films, but great for hanging out with the bro. But it's nice that you're getting family time. That's important. I also wondered, wasn't there a thing called Teen Blast? Yeah, Teen Blast. Were all the girls in Teen Blast, or was it just Raina? Raina was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Oh, there's 7 bits of information, so this magnifying glass tells us there's 7 bits of information in there. Bibbidi boppity beep boop. Okay, there's that. Bro had the week off, and I think it helped us stress tons, so that's great to see. It is nice when like you get to hang out with family and you get to de-stress instead of re-stress. What else have y'all been up to? Because I didn't take any holiday time off. It's been delightful. I didn't take any holiday time off really either. That's why I was like, I gotta do it. I'm glad you cleaned your whole house. Are you done with your staycation then? This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. Who the fuck is Brother Trouble? Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan. Tommy Mark Sheridan was married to one of the girls. I think it was Raina. My magnifying glass doesn't tell me shit. I feel like it doesn't help me at all. I hadn't had access to before, and it broke the case wide open. You should be so proud of what you did in Shadows. Yeah, I remember them, Bex. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising 2 boys, who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was a small screen director, Ron Roottrees. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991 midway through the 2nd season due to a significant drop-off. Search. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. Let's fucking go! Okay. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating a 1-season hit, Brother Trouble. The show was canceled partway through. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors. Ron and Robbie Roottrees. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees and Silver Screen Magazine. Okay, copy. Would it be Silver Screen Magazine in full, or would it be like Silver Screen? You paid for a wine tasting and you paid for a ceramics painting class? Ooh, what did you paint in ceramics? You go back to work on Monday? I'm sorry you don't get the holiday as well. So you could be off on Tuesday, but that's exciting that you had a good time. And practically Christmas vacation through the ceiling, so heading to Lowe's tomorrow to fix it? Hell yeah. I fucking called it, Bex. I'm so excited. Silver Screen, and then we'll do Robbie Roottrees. Okay, let's do Silver Screen Magazine. Okay, so it doesn't exist. Ronald Roottrees. Okay. There's a link to the article, but it appears kind of dead, so I don't think it's gonna happen. Well, I could try. Silver Screen Magazine. Oh, did you mean Silver Screen Magazine? Silver Screen Magazine was a Hollywood insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1993. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't have any apparent relevance to your case, but that's fine because I don't need it. Because now I can look up Brother Trouble. I can look up Robbie Roottrees. A small rumors article from 1982 that claims that television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly, assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. So, like, which one's older and which one's younger? Because we've got this in the bag. You painted a planner. It looks like a little couch, and you put microplants in the seat cushions. That's the cutest fucking thing ever. Also, I love succulents. I want to get more, like, little table. I want to clean my desk really well, and then I want to have, like, little table plants. I hope that he got fired, Bex, for your mom's sake. Like, that would be great. Like, toxic coworkers are so fucking draining. Also, if this is the scandal that's going on, it could be that Ronald decided to get rid of Robbie, and that's what the Roottrees versus RR is. So, honestly, what if we go back over here and we go Robert Roottrees? Nothing relevant. What if we go Robbie Roottrees? Arrest? No. Okay. Alrighty then. Robbie Burns Roottrees. Basically. The Rob Meister. Rob-a-ding dong. I'm just wondering if there's a way. Claims that television screenwriter. I would love to know more about RR Productions, maybe? RR Productions? We don't really know much about Ron. The thing is, I just don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is 100% those guys. So the key is, well, this is probably Robert, honestly. And this is probably Ronald. The thing is, are they screenwriters? Are they production people? And who are they? Like, which pictures are they? But this is 100% them. You won't get any more plants. I've got to start taking a little bit better care of my plants. I know that I've been bad about that. Yeah, I think this is probably because they're out of the trust, or there was that issue with them. Let's go back to the Teen Blast. I'm gonna put this in a create a highlight, and we'll revisit this in a second, but yeah, I think that searching Roottrees will be too vague. It likes me to do specific searches, or like specific concepts. At your work streams? Yeah, of course. Nappy, that's totally fine. You can use whatever emotes you want, except for the butthole, y'all. Aurora Weird Door is out! But all of the other ones are in. You can use whatever you want. It's good to see you, Nappy. I hope you're having a good day. But yeah, we could try Roottrees, but I don't think we will. There's a bunch of stuff that we need to like find. So if you missed last time, we have a few things kind of in the works. We've almost gotten all of the miracles taken care of, but I need to kind of figure out their wives. I don't know that. We have a person named Zach we haven't really been able to place. But we know they're kind of in the same line as Gwen. So they're in the next generation. I've kind of nailed Diamond and Jim's family. I feel pretty good about that. We do have a person named Ernie Matson Jr. Their daughter is Nicole and their wife is Debbie, but I don't know exactly where they are on the timeline. And if I could figure that out, I do want to try to figure out stuff with like Deborah Rootree or Debbie Rootree, try to find some names on that. We also need to look more into Guy Hudson. He's very important. And we need to look into this Stephanie Landon thing. There is a separate person named Tessa Rootree who I cannot seem to find any information on. We also have a bunch of cousins we haven't been able to personally place. But one is Davy, one is Bethany, and one is Stephanie. So if I can find those, that would be good. Basically how you do this, I should tell you the general. We need to find a picture, a name, and then an occupation. Again, spouses are optional. And Jess will have to make them look at the flowers. I will. I'll have to take you out into the back. Also, Angie. Yeah. Sammy missed all the butthole talk. Sammy, like, took off. Sammy's, like, unaware, comes into the work stream, posts 50 buttholes. Kara, how are you? In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Rootree name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice and now I work with my mom, designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, and she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Probably a sweatshop. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Okay, we have Laura placed, so that doesn't really help. Oakley dokley. I'm gonna go over here. Let's do periodicals. What if we go to Starlit and we go RR Productions? What if we go to Starlit and we go now Robert Rootree? What if we go Ronald Rootree? No. Gives Max Lindor. What if we go Guy Hudson? A small article from 1977. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Rootree snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Oh, shit! This is Guy Hudson! Guy Hudson and sister are Boys and Girls Agree ad. Guy Hudson has twin sister, which means Guy Hudson's a redhead. Which also means when we look at... Isn't it this one? That means that's Guy Hudson. And that's probably his twin sister. If they're still together. But I could be wrong. But that's 100% Guy Hudson. So now we know who Guy Hudson is. If I can just place him on something. He's also a president. So we know that. I just need to place him on the timeline. We know that he's in the Free Spirits. Which means he's going to be in this line. So, like, around here somewhere is Guy Hudson. Video game contrivance that play here, the search engines work. It really is. Like, they're obviously using Bing, June. You chickened out? That's all good, Kara. The you love. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery due. There's Angie! Hold the fuck up. So Angie and Christopher So once we place Angie too, arguing over everything but chocolate would grow up. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started lives of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world." I like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Okay, so we know Zach's wife now is Clara. Okay. So that puts him... Zach's on the line with the next generations. Cool beans. Although the Butler County Times does not archive their obituaries, they did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Oh, I wonder if that's his wife, Patricia, in that photo. Maybe? The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off as well for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident. Police have few leads other than make and model. Guy had been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years, though an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. He and his wife had no children. So he's a free spirit, and he and his wife had no children. So it could be them. There's Zach. Because we've got Zach, right? Guy's uncle, Zach. So that's his uncle. This has to be Guy. I just don't know which president he is. Gotta do a store run. All right, charts. Is there a Steve in this game yet? Red. There was a literal Red. What more do you want, Redmond? There was an actual Red, and Red's just like, can I also have a Steve? Is that acceptable? No, it is not. No, it is not. Ah, sweet baby Jesus. Okay, hold your horses. Hold them tight to you. So that's the first president, right? And Zach was the second. So he would probably be the third. Maybe? Because we know he was the fifth, and we know that there was a Elias, I think, was the fourth. Or was he the fourth? I think he's the fourth. I think that last article said fourth. Let's look at it again. Says he was a controversial president. I feel like it could be either. It could, well, the only reason I'm saying Elias is because Elias, we know I think Elias and then Carl. I think they passed down because the Carl stuff is always talking about taking over from Elias, right? I feel like we might have missed some stuff. So President third. I've got to focus up. Because we've got Patricia, so presumably she'd be Patricia Roottree. Now, she'd go by her maiden name. So it's either Patricia Jones or Patricia Christensen. Hard to say which, honestly. I mean, there's the thing of just going for it. Putting one in. But Zach's second. That's a given. That's locked in. So we've got the first. So affects Elias is the first president. And then it doesn't pass to anybody in the 5 pieces because Elias is still alive. Then Zach takes over when he gets old. That's locked in. We know Elias leads into Carl, who's the 5th one. So I'm guessing that because Guy was a short-lived president because of the car accident, he's 3rd. And his wife is Patricia, but I don't know if it's Jones or Christensen. We know this is Angie. We got that locked in. So now I just need to know what the hell was Angelica's job. And what does she look like? Many a thing. Let's go back. Let's just look at this for now. Carl is mentioned in the Butler County Times quite often, including an article that also mentions Ernie Jr. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous, apparently. In 1981, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article also mentions Ernie is from 1996, when Carl took over as the 5th president from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness. Is there anything else? He wouldn't be in any of those. Let's look up Ernie Madsen. All we need is a butt ton. It looks daunting, but I really don't think it's actually that daunting. You find an article from December 1995. Root president to take over Roottrees due to heart illness. Hey, Sammy, how are you? How did I know? Ernie Jr. is stepping down as president of Roottrees at the start of the 2nd quarter. His second cousin, Carl. Would we be able to use that? It has been 13 years since Ernie was forced to step into the role of president unexpectedly. Back then, not much was known about the man other than his full name. In the years since, he has taken on a bit of a reputation as a real-life Wonka. He's known as a bit eccentric and reclusive, opting to be called simply Ernie Jr. and to forego the typical luxuries of the average Roottrees, but in our estimation, he has been a shrewd businessman with an eye for sweets. I mean, he would probably get an eye for me. Ernie Jr. has led Roottrees to record profits by developing new products and by spearheading the formation of Root with his cousin. Oh, we talked so much about the buttholes, and you could have just sprayed and prayed with it, but you weren't here. That's what you get. That's what you get. That's Lauren. I wonder if that's Angie. Because of the red hair. We have gone on hair before. So, like, that's Angelica. Now we just have to figure out her occupation. Wasn't she just a housewife? Weren't most of them housewives? So I feel like that's their vibe. Okay. I don't remember who her husband was. Or if we have her husband. I'm like, there's a smidge that is afraid that if I don't do the husbands and like spouses, that at the end of the game, it's going to be like, you're done. You don't get to fill them in. And I'll be like, no, God, why? Because, yeah, Angie's older than Zach. So that works out. Wins in Paris, but the rest of us included blah, 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 blah. None of us had met Sam. Patsy. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands. Eli's Miracle's youngest. Old times and old families. Isn't it? Miracle Roottrees, Miracle Roottrees. Ernie Madsen Jr. steps down. I think I can say that's a no. I don't need that as often. Guy credits his mother and his father, Angie and Christopher. Let's hope there's not multiple Christophers. That's gonna suck. Christopher Hudson. Okay. That's how he's Guy Hudson. And then this one, I'm tempted to just put in a Patricia because I don't really know. And then if we get the 3, it'll lock it in. Is it cheating? Is it playing at an advanced level? Only God knows. Okay, I think we can safely get rid of that. Take your retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. We don't know that yet. Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. That's the thing. Who's Guy's sibling? That's what I'm wondering about too. It's the twin sister. But he's not messaged. Zach was quoted as saying, now the Clara. Okay, I can grab this now. Clara Lansing. So Clara Lansing is the spouse of Zachary Morden. So we've got that family line locked. So I don't know which Patricia this is. And we do know this. We can put the picture in. That's his sister. I just don't know her name. But I'm wondering if I can find more about the Boys and Girls Agree. Roottrees Candy, Boys and Girls Agree. One of the ads is from this. It's a series of television chocolate ads, except when it comes to both of them agree. One of the magazine advertisements. I think I searched this and I didn't find shit. That's why I didn't end up doing anything. Roottrees chocolate. No. Okay. Boys and Girls Agree. Okay. That isn't working. All right. Did I ever just do root in here? Okay. Well, I've got that knocked out. I just need to find his sister. I also need to find who's the parent of them. I feel like I probably should focus on this area, or maybe try to find her sons. We're missing something. Anyway, how are you all doing? I hope you're well. We know his sister's name, right? Do we? I'm gonna be real. I think that this is Ernie Jr. Like one of these two is probably Ernie Jr. Would it be this one? Because if this is Ernie Madsen, right? Would this be his second cousin? No, I think that's wrong. I don't think that's how that works. Disregard. Disregard. I don't think that's right. I've changed my mind. I think I might try to go with this. To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you weren't able to attend the funeral. Traditional. Ernie was a man of love. No, it could be. Because we have Nicole. The Warring RR and the other. Yeah, I don't think I know if I can find more about the Warring RR. Older or younger sibling, though? I mean, yeah. It's possible. That wouldn't work because of that. But yeah, tell your dog, do you remember what his sister's name was? Do you remember where it was? I could look it up. I think what I need to do is I'm gonna try Deborah Roottree. Deborah Roottree. About Debbie. Okay, what if we go... I don't know. I don't think, like, searching for Nicole is gonna really find anything. I am wondering if, like... maybe one of these... Jim Roottrees. Oh, I wonder if I'm missing Jim Roottrees in this. I think that maybe this might be Jim Roottrees. One of these guys must be Jim Roottrees. We don't have Gwendolyn yet. I think it was in one of these with Guy Hudson. He had no wife and no children, so let's go to Business Watch. Along with his twin sister, father Angie and Christopher, Guy's uncle. That's Clara, that's Zach's wife. Nah, it doesn't tell us anything. We could do this, maybe? Angie Hudson? Angelica? Like, I get why they didn't allow you to do that. They sometimes allow you to do it once you've already gotten rid of stuff. But, like, I get that they don't want you to cheat. The problem is, sometimes you would naturally want to find that next to figure out the other people. Okay, I need to find a crowbar. I need to find a way to get in. We have Ernie Madsen Jr. We have the Tessa Roottrees one. Basically, I have 2 down and I just need 1 more before we can lock in and get some more information. So I just need to try to figure out who the best person is. I do the better counsel. Let's look at this. Because these will tell us clues that are...
Well, I just look like I fuck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I look like I fuck. And that's the vibe I like to put out there.
Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son. I'm not sure how this is relevant to running a company. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop said. An entry entitled Sam. You learn that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included. Gwyneth has been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Why Sam? I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or 2. But I was told trim their branches, so why is Sam special? None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. That's gotta be Patricia. So that's gotta be Zach. Clancy swore he saw Sam working along Essie and John. So those are all together. I think we searched Guy Hudson regularly. Yeah. Move as the president of this. He made the caviar line of candy. That's why he was the controversial president. Because he made a caviar candy that tasted like ass. That was my favorite. I forgot. And we looked up the various things she was in. I'm pretty sure, like Christmas Mission. Is on a page called Flops. Name a flyer, what pops up? That. I know, it made me grossed out the first time I saw it. The thing is, I just need to get one, and then the rest kind of come easier. I just feel like there's got to be some way to find this girl's name. We have to have something. Clark, like the rest of his generation, what else do you get from a group of kids growing up more money? The only one who has discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation is never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. My first book, Swashbuckle My Heart. I don't think that I don't think we had anything with this. Okay. Zach's not a bad present after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but it doesn't say what the twins are. I wonder if she's in the Free Spirits picture? Is it just Bonnie? We have Bonnie, we have Gwendolyn, we have Gwyneth M. We just want to know what her name is.
Yeah, baby!
You need to switch the author and book title in the library search.
Yeah, I fucked up. I don't think it worked though, regardless. Thanks, E. Yeah, I remember searching it before. It could be Bonnie. She's pregnant in that, right? And she has kids. Bonnie Hudson. Okay, now we just have to figure out if her occupation was nothing. I was like, all of them were housewives, except for Gwen. Sheer amount of Johns in the family tree. Which John? I do feel like I probably should have put Patricia in there just to be on the safe side, but you know, it happens. This is probably Bonnie. You want to try to be helpful? No, E, I was really grateful for it. Thank you. And thank you for the bit. I feel like Clark is in this other picture. I just do not know. I think it's this guy. Okay. Have a Lee in their last name? Okay, let's see. Bonnie Hudson. Nothing relevant. Bonnie Hudson. Nothing relevant. Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay. So we don't have the spouses. This is a Patricia, though. So, like, 100% he has a Patricia. So it's Christensen or Johnson. And then hers, I don't know yet. Hopefully we'll be able to figure that out. Oh, I wonder if I should look up the other Roottrees in Teen Blast. Do you think they were in that? Riley Roottree. The Roottree sisters appear in many ads for both candy and root clothes in Teen Blast. The search engine is the best, and so your results are flooded with page after page of nearly identical advertisements. Some ads specifically mention that Raina appeared once. On the cover of Teen Blast, Riley and Rose, on the other hand, seem to be mentioned by name less. Okay. I think I gotta hunt down... I think I gotta, like this, slowly build out from the top. But perhaps with someone else. Kind of like what we did with Lauren. I think I need to build out. Means I'm leaning towards trying to do this. Ooh, what if we did Walter Forsythe? Is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal and the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. Appears to be a low-budget comedy, but there's no other information. Okay, so nothing there, and nothing there. Bruce Throckmorton was a prolific movie director who released a movie every year from the mid-1960s until his death on set in 1993. Most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those from the early 1970s, although you notice some critics seem to take offense with its characterization. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after a movie credits ended. Most of these have been cut from the home video releases of his titles, so fans of his work have been trying to track down film prints to catalog them all. As fascinating as this is, it doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. Yeah, we still don't know the girl's grandparents fully, which is a problem. Yeah, we came across one fan site, Camo Milady, but that's it. And, like, particularly with Gwen, you would think there would be more articles for her various stuff. I need to figure out the Paris of it all. Can I do Paris? Roottrees Paris? What if I do Bonnie Hudson in here? No. Gwen Roottrees? Find a few cast listings and advertisements, but none of it seems relevant. Because I think those need to be our next guys. Donald Roottree. Robbie Roottree. Another person said maybe in Silver Screen Magazine. Because we went through Brother Trouble. Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Maybe we... Oh, wait. Penelope Tessa Green? Penelope Tessa Green is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star on Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. You find a picture labeled Joko-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. Both have been added to evidence. Breast milk cheese. Quite the wild ride we're on right now. Jack watching one... What? Who is this lady? She's got to be Tessa. You found this on the thing? Penelope Tessa Green. Do we have a Green in the family? Just straight from the titty cheese. Penelope Tessa Green. Okay, well, that was both helpful and not helpful at all. I'm fairly certain, like, if we look at this, you go through to the third one, that's her. Tessa Roottree. Like 1000%. This be our girl. Also, that baby is creepy as hell. They look like one of those Ann Geddes babies. My god, I forgot about his character in Glass Onion. I don't think it is. Dustin Christopher Baker is often abbreviated DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success, the most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel. He doesn't seem to be associated with the Roottrees. So really, there shouldn't be anything else. Okay. I'm just so I'm so curious. We're extremely competitive in sports and even romantic pursuit. The show had strong ratings. And the head of RR Productions, he directed this. The show was canceled. I just don't know which brother is which. We've looked this up. And I can't find anything in Starlit. What if I do Roxy Brother Trouble? Get that decaf coffee. I've been having so many cups of coffee lately. I'm on my second of the day. We like maybe that. Oldest to youngest. Screenwriters? Take your time, Bex. Try to trick your brain with decaf. Honestly, I should do the same. That would be a good idea. Because we know this is Ronald and Robert Rootree. And if we're going oldest to youngest, kind of just based on pictures, I'm gonna do that vibe. And then I think they're screenwriters. Or I guess producer could be a thing. No. Maybe, oh no, wait. Ron Rootree was a director, wasn't he? Small screen director and head of RR Productions. So if he's not like a CEO, we'd say Ronald was a director. And then Robbie was... what? Yeah, one's a director. Ronald's a director. I think it's because the writing went downhill. So that's why I was thinking that. They were both writers, but they're not. Yeah, there was the RR scandal in France, but it doesn't really give us anything. Which is strange. So we got screenwriter, director. Now I've got to just figure out, like, honestly... we gotta figure out... I think we gotta figure out Ernie Madsen. If I can place Ernie Madsen, I feel like life gets a little bit easier. But I'm like, do I even have a picture of Ernie Madsen? Oh, wait a second. Stephanie Landon, Stephanie Landon's the one that has two moms. And this lady looks a lot like her. I'm gonna be so real. Who is that? Is that Caroline? Is that Gwyneth M? Okay. I'm thinking that's probably her mom. But I need to learn more about Zachary's children. Honestly, the jazz is so real. Now that I'm older, I fucks with it. I like specific types of jazz. I don't like a lot of new age jazz because it sounds like someone stumbling through a music store. But like this type of jazz is just very soothing. It's good for like doing things, solving crimes, doing your taxes. Roaring 20s jazz is more my vibe, yeah. I wonder if Elias was his dad. Anyway, okay, let's... Can I do Gwyneth M? Gwendolyn Roottrees. Sultry looks over a martini glass. Exactly. Elias Jr. Elias Roottrees Jr. Yeah, we don't have anything other than the hunch top house, which does not help me. I don't want to do this. This was why I wanted to play for 14 hours straight last time, because I was on a fucking roll. And I feel like taking a day has caused me to slip. I think I need to go back over the evidence and try to see if I can find some specifics like I have the last couple times. I think Zachary... Ooh, could we do... Wait a second. Have we really looked into Zachariah Morton that much? We've done Zach. How is nothing popping up for him? Am I spelling his name right? No, I'm not. Okay, that's why. Z-A-C-A... I'm writing it down. Z-A-C-A-R-I-H. Morton. That way I can just do this. Searching her now. Fill it now. In 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morton, son of James and Gwendolyn Morton. Yep. And grandson of Elias Roottrees, inheriting the candy company. He is quoted as saying, Elias trusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes. Okay. You've returned. Welcome back. And this is why, like, Angelica Morton isn't going to be in any of these because she was just a housewife. So that makes sense. Done Elias Roottrees. Have we done Clancy Edward in the periodicals? The Clancy Trust was mentioned many times. Most results are from the 40s and 50s. From context, it's clear that it allows the entire Roottrees family to earn money based on the profits of the candy company. The first article you can find from 1943 mentions that the infallible legal aspects of it were designed by Clancy Edward to secure the future. Sadly, no. We are stuck at the moment. We do know that I think that this is Ronald. I think that this is Robert. I think that they're director and screenwriter. I don't know who his spouse is. I also think that this is probably the mom of Stephanie. But that's about it. There's a jazz bar museum and you love that place? That sounds so cool. We have a jazz bar downtown that's like, I think it's called the Chatterbox. And it was really fun when I went. I feel like there's some stuff we're missing. Oh, could I do Penelope Tessa Green? in the periodicals, like the Starlet and stuff, because she was supposed to be a comedian. Mentioned a few articles. The show's star played her sons. The show's stars played her sons. Penelope's character is not really who teenage girls cared about. But that makes sense because they're all together. Because TMS is Raina's husband. So that makes sense. So Jack is... Do we have like an only child on the board that's left? We've got a few. We've got these two. So one of these is Nicole and one of these is Jack. Like 100,000%. Because this would probably be Tessa's kid. So Tessa's probably coming off the other one. Also, Sam is like a random side person that we need to find. I can't find anything from Sam Roottrees. Okay, there's nothing left for this. We found all the evidence in this. We found all the evidence in this. There's one piece of evidence in this. There's the pictures in the background. Carl was chosen not for his work, but rather a clothing company. Carl's wife Brenda, Raina. Brenda retired. Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by the brand, seeing the demand. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at this time, spearheaded Root. Yeah, there's been a few scandalous, like, black sheep. What if we did Sam Green? Oh, this is the wrong one. Sam Green. I do know that, like, I think Ernie Madsen's gonna be in here. Because I do think that it goes Elias Roottrees Jr., Ernest Madsen Jr. I think it's for dramatic effect. It's like blood relatives. Like it's shouting at you. But other than that, I don't think there's anything there. We've gotten all the clues from that. We've gotten all the clues from so many things here. Do we have all the clues from this? Yep. Goodbye, E. Have a good night. I feel like that's just like the usual. I'm wondering if like Pennsylvania does anything. There's Zachariah. Oh, I wonder if... No, because Clark was a musician, so we're not going to be able to really do anything with that. I just need like one breakthrough. I need like one thing. The problem with Sam is I don't know their last name. So like I can't just look. I tried Sam Roottrees once and it didn't turn up anything. So that's unfortunate. because we need to find him out. I 100% agree. So you can't really do that. They made it where it's impossible to do that. Which is, I think it also breaks my brain a little bit because there's a couple things where I would want to reverse search. Like, I think that this is this person, so let me go ahead and search their name and then I can find more information. You can't really do that. So you have to find stuff based on the clues you already have. So we're missing maybe Yukon and Davy. Davy, Roottrees, Yukon? No. Because, like, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Which it's like, we have 2 people. These pictures were scrambled. Oh, wait a second. That's red hair. So that's Davy. And that's her yearbook photo. Right? I wasn't allowed to use pictures of the Roottrees sisters, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. So if we go Davy... and then we go Bethany... David Kellogg the third or the fourth? That don't make sense. It's a college. Tom, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Cheers for the raid. Welcome to Puzzle Time. I'm your host, Jess. Amy, hi. It's so good to see you. Everybody go follow Tom if you haven't already. If you like it over here, you will like it over there. I promise, I assure you. How is Quantum Break? Are you still enjoying it? I'm Jess. I play weird games, I play story games, I play a lot of puzzles and mystery games, and this is one of those. The Roottrees over here are dead, and we are trying to build out their blood relatives. Every 3 I lock in. And currently we are trying to figure out wait a second. I just had a breakthrough. If he's the 4th, then her husband's David Kellogg the 3rd. So we are trying to figure out what we have to do is we have to place a picture, we have to place a name, and then we have to place an occupation. Every 3 tells us if it's correct and locks it in. The videos still buffer though. Some of it is not optimized greatly. I remember it was chugging for me when I played it back in the day. But everybody go follow Tom. I like to tell jokes. I like to have a good time. Okay, so they're just students, right? Student. We're starting on a high note, Raiders! Pa-pa! Pia-pia-pia! We're starting on a high note. However... lower your expectations. Lower them. Take them from up here where they started as you came in and drop them. Because it's going to be a whole thing. So what we have to do is we have to go through. Ooh, would she wait? Well,
Yeah.
it's her yearbook photo, but that would be she's Davy's younger sister, so she would be a student K through 12. Because she's young. So basically what this is we have to go through a series of like notebooks, pictures, random things and stuff, and try to place all this different information about the Roottrees. We also get to search various phrases and names. Now you can't reverse search stuff, and you also have to be a little bit mindful of your searches because it can be a little bit iffy. The last picture is Stephanie. She's an only child. Here's the problem though. Chris put third cousins. This is Chris. And this is Lulu. I don't know what the hell her name is though. I haven't figured that out. Spouses and partners are optional. So like we know that like Stephanie's not gonna go in here. But Stephanie could go here or Stephanie could go here. I genuinely think that like either one of these could be correct. I think that one of these is Nicole and one of these is Stephanie. But I don't know. And it really depends on which one of these is Ernie. Because one of these I think is Ernie Madsen Jr. That's a lot of words to throw at all of you. But Amy, what are you reading currently? Are you reading anything fun? I don't think Jack counts. I think y'all are right. Originally I was thinking Jack would matter. But unless Jack is like one of these people's sons, it doesn't seem like it will. Because he would be down here with the LaRue girls. The problem is nobody else is on that line with the LaRue. The LaRue children are the only like great grandkids. Everybody else is vibing. What am I reading? I'm reading the third Expanse book, Abaddon's Gate. Those take me so long, even though I really love them. I like really love them, but they take me a really long time to get through because they're like 600 pages. But it's really good. I've been enjoying it a lot. So I'm gonna be real. There's a creepy lady that comes to our door and talks to us. And she's trying to hunt down the blood relatives. I'm gonna tell you my theory. You don't have to tell me if it's correct. I think that it's Sam. I think we're working for Sam. Which is also why we can't seem to find any information about Sam. And Sam's this like out in the wilderness cousin. And it could be short for Samantha. Nah, Lou doesn't really turn up anything. I think that like Lawrence and Laura's and stuff work. Can we search UConn? When you search for UConn, you find out that it's the University of Connecticut and that Davy Kellogg IV is on their swim team, the Huskies. He also came in second in his recent competition. Stephanie Madsen. I feel like there's something here. She's in middle school. But it's like bleh, bleh. Oh. Lauren's bros are Eli Clancy Jr. That's the thing. It's like we have Clancy Jr., which I should have been able to find. Clancy Edward Roottrees Jr. Clancy Edward Roottrees Jr. Clancy Edward Roottrees Jr. I'll look for Samuel Roottrees. Nah, nothing relevant. For Sensual and Samantha. Samuel Two Cats. This is like, I know that there's a second picture of this man's. Oh, this is wrong. That means that's him. This was wrong. That means that's him. Which means, honestly, that's probably him. And then maybe that's him. So we've got Bethany Kellogg. So we're already one deep. Because if this is the Kellogg family. So if I could figure out, and I'm gonna be real honest with you. I think that this, where is she? I think that this is probably Stephanie's mom, but I don't know who this is. I need to figure out Zachary Morton's children. I wonder if I could find Clara Lansing. Like, I just don't, there's just not much on him. I mean, have you seen Carl? He's 1000% sensual. My thing is, like, I think one of these I need to figure out the dad of Carl. And I think it might have been Clancy. But it's like we've got almost all of Margolite's line. I don't know with Miracle. Miracle had 2 kids. And that's a whole nother thing too. I'm leaning towards that being Miracle Jr. too, but I could be wrong. It's possible it's him. So I hate to do it, but it's like I wonder if she's Louisa Garcia. And again, we back in the building again, because like this person, guy's dating Patricia, but I don't know if it's Christensen or Jones, and I can't find any other information. So that's a hold. Hold your horses. I really want to place Ernie Madsen. Oh, you meant the bald guy? This guy? Clark? He looks like a Carl. Have you tried typing Lou or Lulu in the name portion on the tree? Yeah, I've done that, Cleric. I don't know if that's how you filled it out. I feel like I like trying to find the people's names as much as I can, but I think with the spouses, sometimes you do have to just do that. I've done it for a couple of them. I did it for that just now. I also did it for Clara, and I did it for James. I think I did it for Christopher too. Like, I've done it for most of the spouses because it doesn't feel like you can find much information on the spouses. So that's a whole thing. Anyway. Because it's like Miracle. He had 2 boys. We know that. So we just need to figure out what the Miracle boys are. Oh, did you not go to get all of the spouses, Cleric? I get that, because it's like, they are optional. So they don't expect you to find all of them. I get obsessive. I want it all filled. I want everyone done. I want 100%. I know it's not going to possibly happen. I'm going to end up getting to the end and having several spouses empty. That's just a guarantee. Okay, so we don't have Stephanie. We don't know where she is. I feel like we're done with this. Carl left in his inbox. I do think Carl is a thing. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Gotta be Caroline. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. And there's the little girl picture. Caroline Morden. Can I see? Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. An organization founded in the 70s, the acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. This is her. I'm assuming since she's on some art websites, she's an artist? Don't know their spouses. Also made ma dinner and etc. What are you having for dinner? I started using hints because I couldn't figure out which thing to search for in a couple of them. Fair. I'm trying to like do a hintless run, but we'll see. Be gay, do crimes. I think that there's a thing with her, but okay, let's back that ass up. Where are you? Okay, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity. That's Carolyn Morden. Ooh, could I search Love is Our Future and see if that shows up anything? No. You also have chocolate fudge cookies. Let's go. I have some white chocolate Reese's. They're in the freezer. I'm so excited. Stuffed crust pizza and mozzarella sticks. Hell yeah. Okay, no idea about spouses. Well, we got Bethany, we've got Caroline, so we need one more. I know. Okay, hold your horses. That's what I thought. I want to look at the free spirits. Because we have Carolyn, who's here. And then we have this person in the back. I think that's got to be Gwendolyn Morden. Okay. Hold Gwendolyn Morden. Am I spelling that right? Oh, yes, I know. Search. Shit. Morden. You had gumbo? Hell yeah. That's Gwendolyn. We know this. I don't know her occupation though. Because like Zach Morden's kids, Carolyn and Gwendolyn, then you have Stephanie who breaks off here. We've got these two spouses that we just do not know. And then she has 3 kids. So if that's Gwendolyn, then we got, and this is Guy Hudson. This is Guy Hudson. This is Bonnie, right? Am I wrong? Hold on. Yes, I'm right. Okay. So Guy Hudson, Bonnie. This is Carolyn, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Clark. We got Carl up in there. Carl's the hot one. Ernie Jr. Who's Ernie Jr.? Oh, wait a second. This person, maybe? I'm having a thought. The thought is occurring. So maybe that's Ernie Madsen and then Ernie Madsen Jr. Wait, who was Gwyneth M? Gwendolyn M, I think, is here. Unless it's this girl with the bob, but that just doesn't feel right. Because, like, they have the same curly hair as their dad. So Gwendolyn and Carolyn. I just don't know her occupation, so that's fucked. I was thinking, if this is Ernest Madsen, and then one of the others would be the same with glasses for Ernest Madsen Jr., and then we would have Debbie and the other locked in. But can I do Ernest Madsen? Gwyneth M and Gwendolyn. Oh, okay. So you think that that's wrong? Because there was only one other more. I think that Gwyneth M is probably somebody else's. And it's distinguishing from Gwendolyn Morden. Because there's only one Morden left. And it's Gwendolyn. Who is also mentioned in that photo. So I was thinking Gwendolyn Morden would be this. Then you have Carolyn, who's an artist, because we have the P flag stuff. I feel confident about Bethany. Why isn't there anything showing up for Ernie Madsen on anything? Like the original dad. Here's the thing. Not Arnold. Hey, Arnold. Please give my sub to someone who needs it most. That is terrifying. I'm so sorry. I think that the kid, I think this is Ernest Madsen Jr., and he was the 4th president. Oh, wait, did I put that in the wrong spot? I could be wrong. Okay, so that is wrong. Which means he's probably not in that lineage. Arnold saves Chris. No, I think I'm right. I think that something is wrong. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's my girly pop queens over here. I feel solid about Bethany. Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. It's David and Bethany. She's Davy's younger sister. So Bethany Kellogg is right. And because it's her yearbook, I'm assuming she's in high school, so student K through 12. The thing is, Carolyn Morden, the only thing we have really on her is that she's listed on a few art websites without much detail. So maybe she's not an artist. Could be in advertising. Oh, she could be in interior design. Okay, we got a Butler County Times. You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Carolyn Morden. There isn't much about Carolyn as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Carolyn standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Carolyn standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis Burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. Picture on the front page has been added to evidence. Carolyn Morden. Self-portrait. Art and the beauty of women. Art photography dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. So she is an artist. She is. If they're sculptor, that might be the thing. I think that might have been what was throwing me off. And Eloise is her wife. Probably Stephanie's mom, I would guess. Mostly black and white pictures of Carolyn's age. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Carolyn talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie gave up dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art, and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father's act to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves. Eloise is her wife, 100%. And this is another picture of her when she's older. So we can go bop. Carolyn Morden, artist. First spouse, Mark Landon. Second spouse, Eloise. Sculptor. Yeah, no, artist is right. Artist is 100% right. Okay, and then we know Gwendolyn. I was right about this. I might be wrong about the photo. And her husband is Mark. No. No, it was Dr. Wilson. I don't know if it's Jason Wilson or Zach Wilson. There are too many fucking Wilsons. Never mind. So Mark Landon, Eloise, that's all taken care of. Okay. All right. This is good. We're a step closer. Is there anything else? We can look for Atlantis Burden. Mostly sorted, yeah. I'm kind of shooketh, but it's mostly done. Okay, so we're gonna go Atlantis Burden, see if anything else pops up. Okay. So that means I feel confident about Bethany, unless she's a college student. Like, the last thing we know is high school, but I feel confident about that. Which means we've just got a cousin issue. I still feel like Ernie Mattson has to be one of these two, but that didn't work out. Unless it's not the guys with glasses. When did we get to the south? Oh. Cause like we've got baby Nicole, who is a child. She's a child. So I'm pretty sure that's the Ernie Mattson line because of the fact, the way that he's the second cousin of Carl. So I'm like, if this is his child, then we know that's the Ernie Mattson line, and I've just got the photos wrong. She's back!
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why.
For shits and gigs.
It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Why doesn't she just stick around? I feel like she just goes to her car and watches Instagram reels and then comes in.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the
Drag
Five
that
Pieces.
one that made
The truth
the caviar.
often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy.
I just feel like it's one of those things. Am I supposed to be shocked that billionaires are bad?
So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
I swear it is
Also, there
going
are
to be
fewer
the
Roottrees
Sam one.
left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Well, fuck you,
I don't have
lady.
any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Okay. Thanks for nothing, bitch. The hell? She's like, oh, I'm not going to give you any evidence. I'm actually going to make it incredibly hard for you to do anything. I actually don't want you to succeed. I want you to fail. I think you're the worst. Have a great day. I'm the boo and hiss that lady. I don't think it's doing it like, oh, it's basically a manager. I'm not gonna even lie. Like, Camo Lady, honestly, it feels accurate. It's a manager. Like, I'm gonna act all high and mighty while giving you none of the tools to succeed. Like, that's, okay, congratulations. She works for corporate America. I'm not surprised. So not breaking stream rules. Tell Denise I said hi, and then I waved like this. Hi, Howdy, it's Niece. You turned out my biscuits and tea. Fair enough. Like, the first of many crimes committed. Deborah Bean there done that. Okay, so that's Deborah. We know that. Okay. Let's look at this picture again. I want to look at... We've got... Oh, that says Eli! That says Eli. So that means that's gotta be Eli Jr., right? Hold your horses. I also want to get... I feel... Oh, honestly, that might be... I wonder if that's Caroline. That actually looks a lot like Caroline. And she's wearing a beret. I feel like that might have been Caroline. Look at this photograph. His name was on the jacket this whole time. You lock in 3 more and I miss it. Tell your dog I'm so sorry. So we got the gay lady, the hot gay artist. She's Carolyn Morden. We got the Zachary family pretty much. We've got all of the Kellogg's and Hudson's over here. It's my go-to. She's 1 in 3 months. Aw. We got Nicole Madsen down here, which means that this is Ernie Madsen Jr. And this is Ernie. We know that this guy was the 4th president. And he was married to Deborah Bean. We've got... What else did we lock in? Did we lock in anything else while you were gone? I don't think so. I think that's about it. My thing is... Okay. Ernest Madsen. Elias C. Elias M. Okay, so that's gonna be our problem, is Eli M and Eli C. Eli M is probably this motherfucker. Maybe like Elias Morden Roottrees? I don't know. Since I left to hang out with Niece, so you're crushing it? Thanks! Like Dumbledore. Exactly. We are back in the zone. Auto zone. The problem is, like, I'm pretty sure from what we gathered that this is Ernie's wife, right? Yeah. It's traditional, have it as soon as possible. Yeah, Ernie was full of love. Okay. I feel like that's Ernie. Now the question is, who the fuck is Ernie? Like, which one is Ernie? Because we got Ernie Jr. There's Bonnie. I think this might be Ernie Jr. Because that's Eli. That's Carl. That's locked in. One of these motherfuckers has to be Ernie Jr. I tried this one. It didn't work. Because initially I was going to be like, oh, this is Ernie. Ernie to Ernie. Eli to Eli. But I'm wondering if it's like, this is Ernie. That's causing me grief. That's making me nervous. would love to fill out the Ronald Rootree of it all. The Playin family, yeah. Well, you've all, like, said Mama Playin and stuff before. There's an article about Ron Rootree from 1984 entitled "Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results." After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger brother for script punch-ups and has thought about bringing him into the fold.
Woo, yeah!
We found one more, but it's not what I need. I wish I could just find information about, like, Ernie Madsen Jr. But he's just, like, out of the limelight almost the whole time. We also just don't have a lot about Gwendolyn Morton, which is not ideal. Ernie Madsen Jr. Ernest Madsen Jr. Ernest Madsen. Okay. Ernie Madsen Jr. Ernie was forced to step back into the present. He's a real-life Wonka. He's known as a bit eccentric and reclusive, and to forego the typical luxuries. I wonder if we can, like, look up Maple Crisps? No. Okay, Ernie Madsen. Maple Crisps. We weren't able to find the Super Bowl ad, which was a whole thing too. We've got this pretty much taken care of. We know that he was the head lawyer. That does sound lovely. Oh, wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I've got an obvious one. Okay. We've got Nicole, which means the only other person that is a single child on that branch is, these bitches. Hold on. Stephanie, who's an only child. Wait, is it Stephanie? No, because these are the cousins. Stephanie Cottrell. Wrong occupation. Student K through 12. Means this is Sam Cottrell. Jack? Jack and Stephanie? I think that Jack might be a red herring. I'm not sure. because Jack is weird. Jack might be off on a different thing. Because also, you got to remember, that picture is like, the picture of Tessa Roottrees is older. It's black and white. So I'm wondering if, like, maybe she's in her own thing. But the bear picture kid has to be somewhere. But I think this has to be Stephen. I think this has to be Sam and then Stephanie. Maybe not? But they... no, wait. Hold on. Here's the thing. Like, we know for a fact Chris Rafferty made that project with the 3 pictures, and he said it's his third cousins. He can't include these girls. So he had to use some others. So he used these 2, and he used a single child, Stephanie. The only single child we have on this line is this. So I feel good about that. That feels right. Now the question is... are these the Ernies? They have the same kind of hair. That doesn't... I don't know. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right! That one is correct? Do you think that is correct? I would give us 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. I don't know what Ernest... was Ernest Madsen? Were they both architects? That's the main thing. Where does the Madsen name come from? That is curious. You're not wrong. The thing is, it has to be right, though. Because we're basically working backwards. So Nicole Madsen, her father's Ernest Madsen Jr., her mother's Deborah Bean. So that would mean this has to be the original Ernest Madsen, where he gets the name. But then it's iffy. Because, like, his dad was Roottrees, so this one would have had to change. Likely, maybe Gwyneth Madsen? Maybe he takes his wife's name? I know there was one person who did. My thing is, where does the Sam Cattrall thing come from? This is what's weirding me out. More than anything else. Because while it makes sense, I don't entirely know if that's right. Hi, Han. It does feel right, though, because that's the only one on that line. Okay, who do we have in that picture still? We got Bonnie, we got Guy. If we say that Ernie Jr. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. This can't be right. This has to be right. Because those are both from the same era of photo. So the only 2 that could be possibly connected would be this. And then isn't there a thing in her bit about the picture? I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped. So Eli looks like Pop. Eli is the blonde one then, because Eli is, looks like Clancy. Because I haven't finished yesterday's pod yet. Shmoo, I'm so sorry. Rest in peace. Hi, how are you? You're constructing a menu for picnics? Oh, I don't know. I love cucumber sandwiches, but that's not like super hard to make. It's always nice for summer. How are you doing, Shmoo? How's your ma? Voted by my brothers, they insisted the four of us clump together. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair. Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. I'm betting this is fucking Sam. Or this is Sam. One of the two. Probably this is Sam. But that's gotta be... They look like Pop in this one. I just don't know if Eli is James' dad or if Eli is... that, but I feel like we've got this. Who's an architect? What is the original Ernest Madsen's job? Who the fuck? What did you do? She's okay, but not great. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you're eating Noodles and Company, though. I know how much you love Noodles and Company. Ooh, potato salad's also good. An article from 1982 announces that an Ernest Madness Jr. is taking over the day-to-day operations of Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morton, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough in an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences. Some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From fancy flavors to the batter up bar, we've gotten a bit of tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. The batter up bar was a failed candy bar released by the Roottrees Company. Launched with great fanfare in 1980, it was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used a creamy imitation of pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made it a punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying its reputation as a failure. Honestly, I'm a powdery chunk floating in oily goop. Because their car broke down? You had to give them a ride on top of everything? Damn. I don't know if I'm familiar with those, Han. I bet they're delicious, though. There's always, like, chili, too. Just nice. Okay, I have no clues here. I have no clues with this one. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. That's on her line, too, right? I just feel like maybe we say architect. Because his dad was an architect. The 4th president. What's this? 1, 2, 3. We just need to fill out one more. And then we'd be able to see. What are tiger nuts? I love horchata. You know, based on what we doing, that feels like Gwendolyn Morton. Wait, maybe that is her? That actually looks more like her. Maybe that's her. And this is Gwendolyn Morton? We back in the building again? I feel like there's something there. I just don't know. I was thinking the beret was like a thing. But now I'm not so sure. So I take it all back. It's like this. This would be Sam Cattrall. But like we're also running out of pictures, which freaks me out. Because I got a lot of people. So I'm like, I feel like I'm clearly missing some like key shit going on. Is it spelled right? Yeah. Stephanie Cattrall. No. Ooh, quiche is really good. I love quiche. I love them so much. Honestly, I'm just a big fan of eggs in general. That's interesting, hon. I didn't know that. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah. We've already got that. That's all related to Guy. We know that's Sister Lynn Gwendolyn Morgan. We know that Gwendolyn's dating a guy named Wilson, but we don't really know what's going on there. We know that this is done. We figured that out. Dedicated Eloise and Stephanie. We got... Carl Roottrees was named Watchman of the Year. We did the Roottrees versus RR. We followed all that. We followed the 3 generations of miracles. We followed the Lucky LaRues. I think I gotta find something else. I gotta find another path to go down. And if that might just simply be like, go through every single person in the search engines. Like Elias Roottries Jr. What about the Joko Lantern? Can we find stuff on this? The Laugh Lounge Comedy Club hosts several fundraisers throughout the year, but the most famous one seems to be Joko Lantern, which happens every Halloween. Comics and patrons are encouraged to wear costumes, and it seems the person with the best costume wins a voucher. There is a 2-drink minimum and a 0-tolerance policy for heckling. Every year we tell people not to heckle the comics. Breast milk cheese routine? Is there any way to like find this? Your search turned up nothing. Okay. Thanks, game. Thanks for making me look like a freak-a-leak. I appreciate you. It's like we don't know who Jack is. I do not know Jack. We figured that out. So there's really nothing there. I feel like I might have to go to the periodicals and just start searching. It's for research, genuinely. Elias Roottree. Almost everything you find in the first few pages are the same things as a basic internet search. Elias Roottree Jr. We don't have anything there. I don't know. I'm hitting a bit of a wall. I don't think there's any real reason to follow these up anymore. Bob seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his retirement. Zach's not a bad president. I feel like I need to look at the pictures again. I can check. I don't think the starlit one is mostly for actors. There's still Gwyneth M. So we have Gwendolyn Morton, but then we have a Gwyneth M, which I'm assuming is this lady. The glasses are throwing me off because it, like, it makes me think that it might be... Oh, wait a second. Sam Cottrell, Gwyneth Madsen, her mother, a family of glasses. Housewife? I have no idea. That only puts us at 3, and I don't know if she was a housewife. But that would give us the whole... And I don't know if he was an architect, if I'm being perfectly honest. But I think she's Gwyneth Madsen. She marries Sam Cottrell. Then we've got Stephanie Cottrell, and we've got student K through 12. We got Ernest Madsen Jr., president for Deborah Bean. That's all taken care of. Why this changes is confusing me. Because we got all the Madsons taken care of. But I just don't know. Let's watch Gwyneth Madsen. Nothing. Nothing relevant. Okay. Great. Great old time. Okay, so architect could be wrong. Unknown occupation. Don't really know wife-wise what's going on there. We could try to figure out Gwendolyn Morgan. Thanks for the bit, Bex. Also, Jess, it's break time. Fine, I'll break it down for you. But only because you asked politely. Red, I need to find the other sons! No, you're right. I need to take a break. Maybe I'll come back and I'll have a, like, bolt of inspiration. I'll get hit with the lightning that is knowing every single thing. I should eye drop and do all the things. I'll be right back, everybody. Thanks for being here for the surprise stream. I know it's super chill, but I appreciate you. I will be right back. I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna put some eyeballs drops in and everything. And I'll see you in just a minute. Enjoy the cozy jazz. Hello, I'm back. Thanks for being so patient. I appreciate y'all. I haven't yet, Void. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome back. I think I'm not like really stuck right now. I think that I can give me 5 more minutes, Cleric, before I give up. I'm gonna try a few more minutes before I give up and be like, okay, I'm stuck. You hit any and you're losing your mind. This game is gonna break you spiritually, Ash. Is your niece like chillin' like a villain? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I should do these people. Like, for real, I should do Lauren's siblings. That would probably make my life easier. I'm not. I'm gonna focus on this too. I'm gonna focus on this lady. Am I doing the easy thing? Am I living my dreams? No. I'm gonna focus on this lady. I'm gonna hyperfixate. And we're gonna just live our best. Oh, was it this one? Hold on. Because I want to go... I think I want to do this. Yes! I was like, I need to focus on that bob. I know that lady has a bowl cut. I believe it in my soul. And I was like freaking out. Also, before we read this, that means that 100% that's her with the cap. Okay. Stephen Wilson. Yoink. Oh, that means we probably have a photo of him now from that. Okay, hold. Sitting on the floor behind me, but she's got up for zoomies. Same thing happens to me. Same thing happens to me all the time. Oh god, now Red's got his Steve on top of everything else. Is nothing sacred? Now we've got a Steve and a Red in this game? What the hell? This was my win and Red just took it by it being a Steve. A pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are a lot of Stephen Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results, as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor of the Roottrees sisters. There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child, Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Hold. Great. Okay, it just gives us the same. I'll highlight this. Red stays winning every single day. Red wakes up and just wins no matter what. Where did this go? Oh, he looks like a douchebag. Just FYI, he looks like a douchebag. There you go. Sorry, Red. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Dr. Stephen Wilson's kids. The quote below the picture was credited to Jason. Picture has a date on it. Seems like it was taken 2 years ago. Okay. Let's see. Big brother. Big sister. Tiny child. Does the photo say where the fuck? He's graduating high school. So I'm assuming they're all students. Wilson? Oh, Jason's a kid. We know that. So this means that this has to be Zach. And this has to be Jim. Ah, let's go! Let's fucking go! Now it's never gonna be now it's gonna be horrible. The rest of the time, horrible. And it looks like I got the main kid wrong? Maybe? I don't know. I got Ernest Madsen, Cattrall, Jim, and Jason. So something's probably wrong with the others, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. So this is wrong. Oh, is it because he's a student in college now? Maybe?
Am I
Better than everyone? Because it has to be Zach Wilson. It might be that he's that. I genuinely, like, I don't know, dog. Like, housewife. This, I don't think is right either. I love that it says booyah. Housewife? I'm guessing housewife so much, and I think that that's incorrect. We're probably in a predicament. Let's see. Now we're at the point where it's like, okay, maybe I might have to get some nudges. Because, like, legit, I don't know. Mr. by the Top Secret was right. I'm pretty sure it's Ernest Madsen. And I feel confident about the photo. I'm betting his occupation's wrong, if anything else. The only reason I had architect was because his dad was an architect. So I felt confident about that. But I really think that, like, Zach Wilson, don't know. Where's your anger over him being a Steve? Do you want to look at the picture again? Do you need to look at the photographic evidence? He looks like he's about to sell me a car and also be a pediatrician. It could also very well be it just picked 4, but I don't think that's the case. My guess is since he graduated from high school that he's a student in college now. But that could be wrong. He could have an occupation. I don't know what her occupation is. I'm assuming housewife. Again, assumption. Do not know. And then Ernest Madsen. I don't know if we have the info. Okay. Cleric was saying maybe we should focus on this. So maybe I need to move away from them now. I've got a lot of halvesies. Maybe I should come over here. Maybe I should come to the bad place. Okay, this is the 5 pieces, so we get rid of that. The next generation. So let's focus on that. Attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked like Pop. Pop would be Clancy, so I'm pretty sure that's the blonde. Then we know what one of his sons would look like. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. Would that be this kid then? Because if that's Ernie, maybe I'm fucked. Maybe I'm wrong. No, that... Ernie Madsen's picture is way too close. Ain't no way. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair. Samantha Roottrees. And they're like, Sam's a distant cousin, right? Would it be freaking miracles kid? By process of elimination? Because he tells Gwen three younger brothers. Doesn't feel like a blessing. So if Samantha Roottree is there, would that be her? I don't know. That seems weird. I don't know if I trust that. This is why I don't know about putting in pictures, because it scares me. We also have, like, very few cousins left. Which is a whole thing. Anyway. You want to grab some spuds? I love potatoes so goddamn much. Honestly, let's just read through Laura's stuff again. Book was published in 1965, contains of that. She has thoughts revolving around her dead husband. She never remarried. She was the granddaughter of this. Her mother's family was called the Cossells. She hardly ever mentions them. Okay, so that's Sarah Cosell, who's his wife. Her father, she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer. We figured that out. The next generation was Lauren's generation. Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen was an only child, complained of loneliness. 3 younger brothers. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Blah, blah, blah. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I wanted to be dyed blonde. Now she's living off the glamorous life. Well, I'm stuck here with Clark. Gold, how are you? Welcome in. We're still trying to solve a mystery. Okay, next. Her grandfather Elias announced he would step down. I wish I'd fly on the wall. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to his next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with the branch of the family, since we still have the Roottree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't... So, like, we know for a fact these are all Roottrees. There's gonna be an Elias. I'm betting it's Elias C. There's going to be a Clancy Jr. And then we've just got a final one, which I don't really know who that is. I don't know if that's Edward. Damn. Okay. And this guy's weirded me out. you? What is your job? Half this family weirds me out. Fair. Countered back. Maybe they wanted it to only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Oh, shit. I just realized that's a fucking diss and a half. Cause Zach's chunky. That didn't even occur to me until just now. Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, but I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm. Zach agreed, checked the books, and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozied into family affairs. So, like, what is up with the Anderson farm? There's just something weird about the Anderson farm. I just don't understand what it is. Like, the only place to really house the Samantha Roottrie would be here. And then it's like, we didn't have anything for Uncle Junior's. Uncle Junior? Oh, Uncle Junior would be over here, right? So that means he's married to Patricia? Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find it contributed to the war effort by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christian Steel and Patricia Christensen both are mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. We just did! That's what we got! I'm about to look up the book. Tell your dog. Tina Angelina Steamy Correspondence. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Tina Angelina. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Cha were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on an mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, than to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life she has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. So, obviously Samantha Roottrees is an illegitimate child. But was she living with the Miracles? Is that what it is? A twisted twin? What the fuck? This is not... Because, like, an uncle... We met her at an Uncle Junior. That makes me think that... Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Clearly not. Okay, wait a second. Did I accidentally follow across something? No, Patsy. I feel like that's Patricia, right? I'm gonna be real. Like, the only twisted twin that I could see that like these two look alike. So it makes sense if Samantha Roottrees is here, but like... Wait a second. Fast food place. It really does. And these are the three brothers. From youngest? What if we just did... Okay, hold. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I feel like this might be right. We know the youngest, so he's going to remain the youngest in all things. So if this is the four of them, then that would be the three brothers. Samantha Roottree would go here. That would put us all on the same level. And then that would be her daughter. Tessa Green, comedian? That would also be why she was a mechanic? I feel like I'm making too many leaps. I'm scared, and I feel like I'm making too many leaps. This doesn't feel right. Hi, Sin. How are you? Okay, so that's wrong. So, like, we've got Zach Wilson, college student. Could be wrong. We've got Gwyneth Madsen. Could be wrong. Got Ernest. Don't have a thing there. Unknown, unknown, unknown. But with these two, it could also be wrong. This feels wrong. Christensen Steel was the steel company. What if we look at Butler County? Christensen Steel. You find a few mentions. Some are old birth announcements from the then owner, Matthias. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen, the third of his 4 children. There's a front page article stating the vice president stopped there. The company stopped being advertised. Around that time, there was a blurb stating that Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. So really nothing. Okay. Okay. Miracle Jr. Like, his wife is Edith. Miracle Roottrees. With a birth that late, he still triumphed by the power of God. Being the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. No idea. Homemade fries? Homemade fries sounds so good. Y'all, what the hell? I feel solid about Zach. I just don't know how to... I don't know how to find more information about Ernest Madsen. And then if I could get these motherfuckers, I think we would be more solid. Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. The only article you find is from 1979. The article came out right as rolling down in the city there. There isn't much to the article. Jim and Diamond had a daughter named Candy. Okay, let's see. Elias M. Roottrees. Need a clerical nudge? I just hate to give up because I feel like we're very close. Something just isn't right. Gwendolyn Morden. Because, like, we've almost got this whole area done. And then I've got Gwyneth Madsen. Gwyneth Madsen. I feel like that Tina Angelina one was a big thing, and I should be putting more together from it. But I'm not. I don't quite understand. Where the first 2 letters of her last name, was known to appreciate wordplay like that. Maybe Patch? who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man. This letter was most definitely not meant for him. Letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate. And worse than to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. It's got to be right. My bet is like she had an affair with Elias or something, and your brother's twisted twin, the televangelist, the weird preacher. So we go Samantha Roottree. Oh, was she a farmhand? Farmer? Comedian? That's 4, and that's not hitting. Placo, hi. Is he not Zach Wilson? What the hell is your name, brother? I think that's right. I feel like his is right because he's graduating, so student college. She must be something else. Maybe she doesn't do... Maybe she's not a housewife. She was a comedian. I feel right about this, and it's driving me crazy. Because I don't know which part is wrong. Alright, y'all. I will take a nudge if you want to give it to me. Is this close? I feel like this has got to be close. Like Samantha Roottree, she was a farmer. I think she was a mechanic. Because she was helping with car stuff, but I'm like, that's iffy. I think we should go with farmer because we know that's her last occupation. Tessa was a mechanic at Roottrees Mechanics, and then she became a comedian. So we go with her last one. Then we go over here. And we've got Gwyneth Madsen. I do not know her occupation. Kind of just, are these 4 anywhere close to correct, I guess, is the nudge. Or if you want to give me a different nudge, if you're like, I think I have an idea about X, I'm down for that too, but... I feel like I know this is Ernest Madsen. If I could just figure out his fucking occupation. Because it's not an architect. He wasn't a CEO. Oh, was he in manufacturing? Because he did a lot of... You do hear, you know, Ernest being, you know, a visionary. Like, the Ernies did visionary shit. The problem is, I think we've got some others wrong. So, it's not popping for me. Because there's a bunch that's wrong. Because Zach Wilson, student college, not sure that's right anymore. I know it's a Wilson kid, and that's the only Wilson we have. I thought it was college because he was graduating, but honestly, we go with his last one, so student K through 12. So we don't know if he went to college. We don't know anything about Gwendolyn Morden, other than what she was mentioned by her sister. this has to be wrong. Okay. This has to be wrong. You can't go here. Okay, I think she's just not supposed to be here. Because this feel like... I think that's right. Taking it out. But like, where the fuck else would she go? Because this has to be all three brothers. And no, because that's gotta be right. And I feel confident about these. Samantha is correct, but wrong place on the tree. So she doesn't exist on... What? How is she not on the... Because she has to be in this line. Oh, that broke my brain. Okay, so she's not here. How weird. Dive deeper into Lauren's books. Okay. I do think that's probably the right call. As Roottrees? Same though. Yeah, the folder comes at the end, Bex, so we can't open that yet. That's so weird. So she must be like on a separate thing. That's so odd. And I guess these are right then. So that's... I've just got to figure out their occupations. These motherfuckers, I don't know. And then we got these two down here. Oh, could they be the son? Could they be the dot? No, that's crazy talk. She's in this area. It's breaking my brain. I need to just give up on that. And we'll just dive back into Lauren Roottrees. The original. So it makes sense. She's not there. Yeah. Our new website of famous authors. Lauren Rafferty. I checked out a lot of these. Author and book are both required. After success of her diaries, her published romance in court and the court jester. Maybe I looked them up under her married name. Nothing relevant. Out of print. No copies available. Re-released as Romance in Court. Lauren Rafferty, you are failing me. Lauren Roottrees, The Selection of Diaries, blah 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 bloop. Romance in Court and Court Jesters. Maybe I look up Court Jester and we can try to find individual titles. Romance in Court is a book by Lauren Roottrees. It is the first and most famous of a series of 3 books, often called the Court Jester series. All 3 books in the series are about different romances, but told via the same narrator. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. The 2 other books were called Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Searching for them online yields few results. The books had some popularity when they were released. Now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Return Court. Nothing relevant. New Romance in Court. Nothing relevant. She's not on a separate thing. Oh, when you said that she wasn't on that line, when she was in the wrong place, it confused me. Since she would have to be on that line. Okay. That's why I always worry about hints. Because I feel like I get obsessed about something else. And then I get confused. Are we not? Should we search for these individually? I wonder if I should just take everybody out. Honestly, yeah. Just take him out with a gun. The thing is, like, I don't typically do this way because I don't like having a bunch of things that are wrong just floating. So let's take that out. I do feel like the Madsons are right, but that's because of Ernie Madsen here. Like, we have the Madsons, and these are correct. So it feels like this should be right. I do not know if her occupation's correct, though. And honestly, I don't know his occupation. I do believe that Gwendolyn Morden's right, and I do believe that Zach Wilson's right, which is obviously not correct, because Cleric is saying that that I have several wrong, or that I have multiples wrong here. So that's probably not right. So that's why I'm wondering if I should just take them all out and try to, like, restart. Because I'm not sure now what's wrong, because now I don't trust any of that. Because there's also a specific, like, I'm gonna need space if Samantha Roottree is on one of these rows. I know that Tessa Roottree, we're going with maiden names. So I need to go, instead of Penelope Tessa Green, I'd go Tessa Roottree. Wherever the fuck she goes. Because, like, this is wrong because it's Miracle's two boys. So we had another boy. Then where the hell does she go? I'm not getting anything from the romance novels, so Eli Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Go Eli. And that's like a mechanic's uniform. Unless that would work.
Okay,
I think that works.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone?
You're gonna suggest something when you think of Wade. I feel like that might be right. Biko, hello! Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jess. Hi, Ryua. Hi, Gossamer. Welcome in, everybody. Cheers for the raid. I'm Jess. I play weird games. I play story games. And today we are trying to chill puzzle with the root trees are dead. Pine, hello. I'm a little bit stuck right now, so bear with me as I attempt to... Why is his picture so creepy? As I attempt to do things. Epic Pikachu, hi. So, the basis of the game is that these Roottrees are dead, and we're having to find all of their blood relatives because there's going to be a monetary giveaway for the relatives. And we've been hired by a mysterious someone. You should get it, Beagle. It's fantastic. You'd love it. It's a very, very good puzzle game. I don't want to give too many spoilers because I'm sure you'll probably lurk because I am deep in the paint. But you've got a lot of evidence. You've got this board, and then you search through public library periodicals and spider search. It's fantastic. I actually kind of like it more than how Oberden was set up, although I do want to finish Oberden. But you should definitely check it out. Okay, hold your horses. Hold them tight to you. I feel good. I feel solid about Elias because we know that Miracle had he had 2 sons. Knight Rider, hi. Welcome on in, everybody. I've been hyper concentrating. Feel free if you want to tell me to search for specific things or look stuff up. I'm happy to do so. My brain is a little broken at the moment. I have a general idea of some things, but I've got something wrong and I don't know exactly what it is. Because Eli would be thrilled if Sam helped with mechanic stuff because he's a mechanic. And it would make sense if it was Elias Miracle Roottree. Although I don't know if that's how that works. So we go Elias. Zach, student. I'm assuming K through 12. Morden, housewife. Do we do housewife? No, it's wrong. Search Doom on TikTok. I'm just not sure what to even look for at this point. I'm very stuck. And looking up the books for Lauren Roottree didn't do a lot, but maybe... Butler County Times reviewed Lauren's diary. They go into a bit of Lauren's history. She grew up around the famous Roottrie family. She wrote some romance books. Now her diary is being released. Reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution and perspective and a true feeling of change in society. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war and how times have changed in the more than 20 years between the first and last diary entry. The writer of the review mentions that because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations, they personally recognized it made everything feel more real and perhaps contributed to a higher score than it would have received otherwise. Don't forget you can find this and many others at your local library. What if we do Lauren Rafferty? Boop-a-da-bop-a-da-beep-boop. Okay. So we know... Feel good about this. I feel good about his name and his picture. But maybe we go back to student at college. get to the root of this tree. Without the author name? You can't do that. You can do it in the search engine, but it doesn't really help that much. I, like, wonder what the fuck is wrong with Zach Wilson. That's what's weirding me out. I feel solid about him. I think I'm gonna step away from him. Just saying outright what it is. Oh yeah, I don't wanna cheat. And I know you had to look some stuff up too. So I know I get we're getting into the weeds. But it's good to know that Elias is right. I don't understand how I'm getting these so wrong. Because like Ernie Madsen Jr., this feels correct. I think it's his occupation. What a thing. What a cluster. We're so close too. Just such a bummer. Although this, like, I don't know how I'm gonna find these kids. I'm at 4. I have to lock in 4 to get it correct. And she was like, it's gonna make it harder. And I was like, no. And now we're not laughing anymore. Hold your horses. Hold them tight to you. Periodicals, not what I want. Lauren Roottree? Wasn't there a second one? Or did she have like a different diaries? No. Checking out the public library per usual. But yeah, the Court Jester series didn't get me jack shit, so I don't know about that. But I do know I need to lock this area in. Because if I can figure this area out, then I can probably get the final bits of this and this and this and this. So I looked them up under Lauren Rafferty, which is her maiden name, and I looked them up under Lauren Roottree. I can do it again. Like this, the About the Author blurb mentions she had inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Maybe I didn't do Return in Court, though. And New Romance in Court, because I didn't know about those. Oh, that's why. Nora returns to the Middle Ages with the last chapter. The About the Author mentions she had the inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Maybe I can look up Middle Ages? And Clancy? Clancy Edward Roottree Middle Ages? Middle Ages. Honestly, Cleric, like, genius. Genius level, however you figured it out. Because I'm definitely, my brain is chugging a little slower today, for sure, y'all. Probably should have done the 12-hour stream. I wonder if I could do Elias Roottrees mechanic. I wish that sometimes you could search a little bit differently. Elias Roottrees mechanic. I have, Sammy. We had a break. I'm just tired. I'm getting a little frustrated because I don't understand what I'm missing. I just don't understand why I can't search Gwendolyn Morden. I can't find anything. Bop. Okay. Let's look again. Ooh, swashbuckle my heart. Copy. Boop. Bop beep boop. Nothing relevant. Rafferty. Re-releases X marks the spot. Roottrees. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure. And from the author, it also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 years later. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit, y'all. Holy shit. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but it has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects, the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Been added to my notes? Alaric, thank you. All right. Figured it out. We got it. All right. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud, Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen, which we knew. But then it's like, okay, Elias and Patricia? What the fuck? Then how is this right? Not gonna worry about it. We're gonna keep reading. We're just not gonna worry about it right now. That confuses and confuddles me, but we're just not gonna worry about it. Okay. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, which we know Christensen Steel, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away from a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrees in the first place. Even though she was not part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to the Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman, Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in her own ways. So she's underneath the Elias one for reals? 5 reals? Where the fuck does Gwyneth Madsen go? Doesn't matter. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What? Y'all, I think I might have to finish this on another day. I think I'm starting to get tired. I think I'm starting to get tired and words don't make sense. Page 7 is just this. It's blank. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens. She has a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces, and Elias and Gwyneth. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece. The entry about her son. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrie has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlit, but neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So Edward was the other one. Okay. So, like, honestly, we've got Edward, Eli C., and Clancy Jr. Those are her brothers. I just need to find the occupations and also the role. Eli C., Clancy Jr. And what? Edward. Okay. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio, but still, I don't think of a marriage on a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Elis, for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town. Hold on, hold on. Okay, so hold your horses. I think that puts that there, right? Or am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold. Practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Yeah, Yeah, I'm right. Eli C, Jim. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're solid. And then I know for a fact she said that he looked a lot like Dad, so that would put him there. So I just need to figure out what the hell that would be. I'm betting that this is Carl's dad. Then, because of just the pictures. And then... we'd have to have that as the youngest kid. Okay. Eli C being Jim's dad too, because he raised Jim and Clark as brothers. Yep. I think he's a lawyer still, but I'm not sure. So I'm scared to put that in. We're gonna just keep reading. And we know the Jane stuff. I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Jr. or Miracles Eli or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see why my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. They're always the firstborn son. Okay. That means Clancy Roottrees Jr. has to be the firstborn son. So he's the father of Carl. That means just by process of elimination, Edward's last. Okay. Where the fuck do you go in, Sammy? I have confused myself when I have the Twitch page muted. Oh no! You're like, Jess has been so quiet. What a miracle in and of itself. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news. They got my father's name backwards. It's not a companion piece to say, but rather a fun bonus. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger. She believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged me. Or she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, your Pop is my dad. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, don't worry, I'm glad she's gone. Okay. My brain hurteth. Thank you for the butthole in these trying times. Tis appreciated. So we know... My thing is... maybe we just, like, Samantha Roottrees goes here? Under Elias? But that doesn't seem right, because then she's in the wrong generation. So I'm like, that doesn't seem right, because Elias and Patsy is Sam, but then where does Ernest go? So, like, we can just say Patricia Christensen, because we know he marries. But if we put... hold. Get rid of this. does Madsen, maybe he doesn't, he exists in pictures, but she marries him, and that brings down this line? Then we have Madsen, we go back to Gwyneth. Okay, and then something's wrong. Still. Have some heckin' occupations? Probably. To purchase a book? You've never done this before? What book is it by any chance? Remember Elias Jr. and Patsy's child is Sam. Yeah, so Elias Jr., Patricia Christensen, that's Samantha Roottree, who I think is a farmer. She marries Ernest Madsen. That puts us at Ernest Madsen Jr., President, Deborah Bean. Gwyneth Madsen, don't know her occupation, honestly. Could be anything. Could be a wrong photo, if I'm being perfectly honest. But then we've just got like a thing. We've just got a... I was like 100% sure she's a housewife. So let's get some people locked so that I don't have as many floating around. Booyah! Okay. So all of these are done. All of them are done. They can go fuck themselves. All right. Like, he's a mechanic. So let's assume it runs in the family.
Life is not earned by begging. Life is earned through doing puzzles.
Let's assume, like, from root tree to root tree. And that Sam's children had thick glasses. Yeah. I think I just threw myself off because I convinced myself that Ernie Madsen was the guy with glasses. So it took me a second to be like, okay, we know for a fact that this is their child. So therefore we have to, like, assume that maybe it's a husband instead. And then potentially there's a picture or something if they want. Or it's just a different picture of, like, a random dude. I don't know. Oh, the Gravekeeper series? Let's go. Okay. Here's Tessa Roottree. I think comedian. We're gonna like vibe with that. Gwyneth Madsen, I don't know. And we just don't. I feel like Housewife has not gotten me any place with her. So she's obviously got a thing. I am running out of mistakes to make. That is a real thing that is occurring right now. We've literally only got a few left. Wait, she got her green thumb. She got a green thumb from her mom. So could it be like a gardener? Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. I bet that's a hint that she's like a gardener. No? Never mind. I thought I was doing something special. But I am saying that every time I leave a room, you have a breakthrough. I mean, I don't want to say it either, but It does appear that way. Wait, Green Thumb. So is she just a farmer too? So we go Gwyneth Madsen, farmer. Tessa Roottree, comedian. Then we just have these. Like lawyer. What did Edward fucking do? What did you do, Edward? Did you do jack shit? I don't think he even has anything. This is where I'm like, this is where it's gonna get really rough. Because I'm like, how do I need their occupations. I never met EC in person. Like, she inherited the green thumb from her mom. I'm gonna say farmer. We know... Oh, wait a second. Also, Guy Hudson. I got you, Guy. You got Patricia Jones now. So that's... should be taken care of. But, like, Edward and Edward's kid... Also, maybe that's not right. Maybe she's not right, because over here is Jack. But maybe Jack's one of the kids down here. I'm just so close. I've only got 8 more. I feel like it should be getting easier. Wait, wasn't Elias in... advertising? Because isn't there something with, like... Clark doing advertising? And Jim being like, oh, I didn't do advertising like my father. Really? Nothing? Jack fucking shit? Clark never knew his father, so our grandpapa insists he spent time with me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Not our finest hour. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls. So he was advertising. Okay. There are all so many storylines, and they're all twisting up, right? Who I've been trying to speak Spanish more with? Oh, that's so cool. Leonard, that's neat. I'm so excited for you. Okay, so if we say Gwyneth Madsen is a gardener, advertising for him, comedian for Tessa Roottree, if that is correct. Then we just have Clancy and Edward, who we just don't know jack fucking shit about. I know she said preachers, architects, and lawyers. So you've got a preacher there. Oh, she was referring to the first line, so we're good. There should be a jack fucking shit, honestly. I just don't know. Like, what does Edward Roottrees do, y'all? And who the fuck is his kid? Who the fuck You son of a bitch. Okay.
I was like, what the hell is that?
And Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Okay, that's all about the naming. Be safe! Okay, I don't know if he heard me. It sounds like Shitoken's leaving for a little bit. I'll probably have to wrap up at like 8:30, y'all. I know he said he's gonna get groceries and bring some food back. And I gotta eat. Are you giving compliments to Ash? How dare you? First off. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Usually I'm a little more chatty. I'm super sleepy today. So we are just detective vibing. I don't know, y'all. I feel like I'm stuck again. I feel like we need a breakthrough, particularly on the dudes. That's Eli Jr. Are you being nice to the enemy? That's literally what it was like. Okay. Let's look at this. We assume that we've got 2. We need 2 more. Well, if we assume we got 3, we need 1 more. But now I just want to go to bed. Oh my god, Chessie. I've been there. I'm so sorry. You like trapped in your bathroom right now? Edward Clancy Jr.? Roottrees Clancy Jr. Clancy Roottrees. Clancy Roottrees Jr.? Clancy Roottrees Jr.? Nope. Okay. You can just let him know. Yeah, like I'm really tired. Sorry. Maybe ask them to kindly leave. I'm trying to think. Okay. As I voted by my brothers, they insisted the 4 of us stand together, and so we clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind us. Grandma insisted we include Sam. So we've got the people. Because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay, so Edward is a lawyer. All right, so we say Edward Roottrees is a lawyer. Elias is advertising. Which means that either Gwyneth Madsen as a farmer is wrong, or Tessa Roottrees over here is wrong. Edward looks like a lawyer. Children lawyers. I'm just wondering if the pictures are wrong. It doesn't feel like it would be wrong. Oh my like, now I'm nervous. Now I'm like, is this Edward over here? Which one did I get wrong, Cleric? I'm curious. Which person did I get wrong? There's comedian. Clancy Roottrees Jr. I need to figure him out. I don't understand his thing. Because he's not gonna be a preacher. I wonder if he's like a CEO or if he's a good department head. We might have to look at the stuff again with Lauren. Zach's not a bad president. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. I wonder if he works in the military then. If he's like got academy ties. No, Eli looked like Pop. I feel good about that one. Okay, so those are just all wrong. Weird. Okay. Let's go to Tessa. Maybe maybe she's not here. The three boys' picks are wrong, but their info is right. And Tessa is wrong all the way around the way you have her. Oh, so she's not even supposed to be over here. Oh, so she's not Elias's daughter. Okay, well that's a doozy. Okay, that's gonna fuck me. All right. And the pictures are wrong. But I moved them around and they're still wrong. So, oops. That also means I don't have my 4. I do feel somewhat solid. Well, you know what? This little boy could be that. Not like that? No? We flop these over? Okay, those are all fun. There's not that many, like, combinations. Oh, Tessa's in the right spot. You had name and pick wrong. Oh, well, this is definitely Tessa. That one I know. So if it's not that, then it's Penelope Tessa Green, I guess? And then we go... Mechanic? She confuses the shit out of me. I'm just leaving that there for now. Oh, I wonder if the glasses are throwing me off and it's actually Glasses Dude. Because Glasses Dude is standing with them. So maybe... because that could be the 4 of them, and let everybody else come into the background and the foreground. So if Glasses is a brunette, which would mean that he could be Carl's then. And then we would have Eli is right, and then we have this guy. Okay, we're doing it. We're cooking. Little boy pick doesn't belong. I'm like, honestly, I was like, they have to be adults. This has to be wrong. That little boy was fucking me up. And then I have a feeling he's not military. There was just something about like the academy thing that made me think military, but I don't actually know his occupation. So we're going to put him as unknown occupation. So we're down to our last 4. Trying to map out the Twin Peaks characters. That's the famous little boy detective, the little boy PI. Okay, this is where I'm like, I'm probably gonna have to cave. Because I'm like, I'm so close. Like, we've managed so well. Cleric, thank you for letting me know that, like, this area was not right so that I could try to fix it. But I'm like, it's a whole, I don't know these people. I don't know these sons down here. This is concerning to me. Because I'm like, I don't know who the fuck these kids are. I don't know if we even have those kids yet. And the job was comedian. She's in the right spot. Other stuff you got and can place, I know it. Yeah, I got her down. I was like, let me just go with my gut on that one. Because, like, Penelope Tessa Green, it seems like she might be... I'm wondering if that's her here. And then there's the son is, like, Jack. And that's why we have those. Because that would make sense. It's like Jack, the older one, and then the baby. Because we don't know that fucking baby. That baby could be, you know what? What if we put these fucking babies in here and then this person here and we go Tessa, friggin' Penelope. Then we have Jack Roottrees, another Roottrees. That does. Who's that fucking baby? Who are you, child? Who is you? Where you really have no choice but to guess? No, I feel like that's right. Because we have these children, and Tessa Green Penelope is a comedian. She would be working in the entertainment industry. So it would make sense that she would then end up with Ronald McDonald. And then we go down, and we go, like, Jack Roottrees, who's just child. And then this is just baby. But I don't know the baby's name. I don't know the fucking child's name. November Roottrees. That he produced, yeah. So we have a connection. November does sound like a very, like, I would name my child this, vibe. Penelope Tessa Green. Joko Lantern. I wonder if I could just do Jack Roottrees. Jack Roottrees. Tessa Green Penelope, that's right. Tessa Green Penelope. Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. And Jack... Wait, the Joko Lantern 1997. So that is definitely... That's got to be her, the baby. So now we just need to know what the fuck this baby's name is. This baby Ewok. Scatter hide! Look for a freeloader. Look for absolute bum. Okay. And then I don't know who the fuck Edward's kid is. Cleric has way more faith in me. Cleric's like, the threads are all messed up in your head. And I'm like, I believe that you believe in me, but I don't believe in myself. I'm also still missing some spouses. I feel like I need to... Okay. I'm missing something. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could... Oh, maybe... Maybe we can go back to, like, this thing? Because I've got something here. I wonder if I should go back to, like... Carl? Hold on. Which relationship did Lauren say wouldn't fly in the South? Oh, that was the, I think there was a younger one earlier. You all think Baby November? Redford Roottrees kid, look up Brian Jones. Okay, so I'm on the right track. Okay, we're good. That makes me happy. Because I was going to basically look up, like, the Carl, Stephanie, Brian, like, vibe. Brian Jones is a famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record. He doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. You may need to search for a more local source. So we go periodicals. Brian Jones. Taking over his father's printing company after 20 years. I've been in and out of the shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting a job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple at Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, blah, blah, blah. Don't find anything related to him. Well, shit. Jones Graphics and Prints. What if we look in this? Stephanie Jones mailers, Roottrees Candy Company posters, Miracle Network flyers, Butler County Student District, Butler Summer Theater. This is, I don't know. This doesn't feel like it's connected. At first I was like, and I know that Cleric said it's connected too, but I don't, now I'm starting to doubt, because not that I'm doubting you. I'm doubting myself. I don't know exactly what I need to be looking up. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston really likes it, realized it could fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, decided to use it instead of something fake as kind of an Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, hit the back button to go back, and instead of searching for Children of You, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. This game is clearly inspired heavily by Oprah Din and her story. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels like more of an homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam. Did I just come across a random fucking Easter egg? Okay, meta. Thanks to everyone who organized the competition. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory. I have a browsing Beanie Babies. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type I found the thing in all capital letters. Thanks. Okay. I will later. Thank you. During the summer, as it's not summer currently, their website has a thank you message below. Thank you for making our 1988 season a success. The website lists the credits of the musical. Who was performing Children of Eden? That Brian Jones helped. That's who they meant to search for. I don't see anything that's performing Children of Eden. That's what's confusing me. There's a musical with songs. A game designer by that really likes it. There's all of this. I can go... Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, did I need to go back? Okay, hold on. Did I just miss something in the Butler Summer Theater? Stay tuned for announcements. The website lists the credit. Oh, by November Studios. So that's gotta be the baby's name. So this has got to be, I guess, November Root. Why is that connected, though? That's true. We don't know if this baby is a boy or a girl. So that would be Christina then. I don't know what her occupation is, though. Would have to be her, though. And that would explain why they were working with that company. So theater. Dancer. So now it's just, if those are correct, because choreography done by November... That would relate Brian Jones to the family. That's why he's marrying Stephanie. Because they work with the Jones Printing Company. If that all relates... Because we don't have choreographer, so I'm going to go dancer. We have Christina Roottrie baby. Jack Roottrie student. And then all we have left is Clancy, who has an unknown occupation. Not an architect. Was he a CEO? Doctor, driver, firefighter, hairdresser, lawyer. He's not a lawyer. I don't think he's a media mogul either. We've got all the presidents down. Not a public speaker. Oh, was he a professor because he did all that stuff for the Middle Ages? Let's go! Is that all of them? Except for the final one? He was a professor! Let's go! Yeah, Clancy lectures on the Middle Ages. It took me a second. J-Man, how are you? Sorry, I was looking away from chat because I wanted to try to see if I could get the last few after we got through the Brian Jones thread. Yeah. And found the Easter egg.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in
I'm good,
49
J-Man.
blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider.
Booyah!
These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Is that it? Just DC? Oh shit, you have to type that in. I had to look up hints. I didn't put it together at all. Well, I know that EC's mentioned twice, right? He's mentioned both times in... Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm. Wait, EC? Crow, hi! How are you? Yeah. EC and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm wondering if I should, like, search... Mr. Miller? How are you, Crow? I hope you're good. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Trisha was married off to a much older man and sent away. A local farmhand. Seems that twice each summer, the Roottrees' current head of farming, Mrs. Cottrell, returns to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made. Wouldn't it be somebody related to the Cottrells, then? The internet will not help you now. Wait, what? Wait, so there's like... So we can't search anything for the farm. Does that... Are you telling me that it's just one of the people then on there? Like it's one of the already established people? Why wouldn't they talk about them like their family, though? I'm still looking like that is gonna help, apparently. Apparently not. So that must mean if it's not the internet, then it's either on the board entirely or here. All the info you need is in evidence? Damn. You're full of pizza, let's go, Crow! Hell yeah. Out of wedlock, yeah, probably. Five pieces ads. E is for elderberry. Like, I'm wondering if it has to do with the elderberry thing. Her mother was called the Coselles. But I'm assuming that since we're told it's EC, that it's someone that has those initials that we're already familiar with? Working alongside the farmhands, EC and John. I don't know, y'all. Do you have an idea? Does anybody like... I'm wondering. I'm torn. When is Gwen? Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't know Sam was a Roottrie. Boopity boppity beep boop. Got flashbacks of Zach. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him a confirmed bachelor. And I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. A confirmed bachelor. So, John Miller? No, it can't be Miller because Miller is his gay lover. So the question is... who is this man? Like, there's a farmhand who is in love with Mr. Miller, and she lives with them briefly. She has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. And it wouldn't be somebody from the family who was living there. Because that would be... Clark and Jim as brothers. Edward Cullen. I'm like, okay, I keep seeing Eli C over and over and over again. I'm gonna be real. Like that... like makes me wonder if that's fucking that, but that seems too obvious and also weird because then there's the thing with the like, you know, oh, he's not happy about it, the whole mechanic thing. Like that's her younger brother, so there's no reason why they would be referring to it as like EC and then also Eli C. It's something else. Edward Clancy Roottrie. I had to break the news. I got my father's name backward. Is it this? EC? Y'all, I'm tempted to do that. I'm tempted to say it's Edward Clancy. Because why does she say that she got certified mail for an Edward Clancy? And also they're known for getting rid of members of the family they think are black sheep. Why would you not put a black sheep with a black sheep? Like you already don't like that. You already don't like somebody for their lifestyle choices. So then you put the illegitimate child with them? What if it wasn't a mistake? We don't need a pic though. Oh, we don't. We do. This person. Like, who is the dude in the background? He's just a farmhand. This it say anything about it? That's not the right one. Because we have this random farmhand in the background. They post us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Do it, you won't do it. I'm scared, y'all. I feel like I'm wrong. I feel like I'm making a giant leap of logic that is not correct. There shouldn't be anything else. We got all of them. Poppy, pop. Okay, I'm gonna look through a thing one more time. Well, I think the game's done when you do it. Like, I think it ends as soon as you say I'm ready. The thing is, like, we can always check. We can always try to look it up if we need to. Granny had sisters, and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches. Clancy swore he saw... Like, that's the thing. They're known for trimming branches. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. This might be incorrect. I'm doing it. It feels weird. It feels odd. But I'm wondering... Okay. Edward Clancy Roottrees. The spouse is... Mr. Miller. Farmhand. Is it John Miller? Where are we getting John from? Am I spacing on the name John? Where is John coming from? I can't remember. Oh, Farmhand John. Because EC and John. So we can assume it's John Miller, I guess. Ah, scares me, but I'm gonna put it in. Okay, Edward Clancy Roottrees. Farmhand John Miller. I'm ready. So I got it. Oh, I got it right?
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller?
Yes.
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
Let's fucking go! Woo!
I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees.
I fucking told you!
Yep.
I told
got
you it
old.
was Sam.
The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago.
It did save us a bunch of time that Cleric told us it was only an evidence.
The rats
That way we could, like,
absolutely going to hate this
just focus on
announcement.
that area.
The rats don't run this
So,
city.
massive shout
we
out.
do.
You did it without hints. I got a couple from you, like, just like what was wrong. So I do appreciate that. Like, oh, this area is wrong, so that I could focus up. But I didn't ask for hints from the game. And I didn't take hints that were like, it's this thing. And I'm really proud of that. I'm so proud of that.
Life is not earned by begging.
Like,
Life
I'm
is earned
really
through
happy
doing
that I
puzzles.
figured it out. Particularly this last one, because that was like, the certified mail thing got me. And then I was like, I nearly just went past it. And then I was like, wait a second, that feels like it wasn't a mistake. I appreciate you, Cleric. Thank you.
My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
Yeah, the twisted twin. I do think that I'm a little sad I didn't get the 8 optionals. I'm not sure how I would have gotten those. Obviously, I missed some stuff. I would want to go back and maybe, like,
At
eventually
age 16,
get those.
my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family.
Trim the branches.
He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
So I think there was
We
an
were
ad
sent
I
to
missed.
the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
That gives you an ad that is labeled as a misprint. That makes sense. I should have looked for volume 1 and 2.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father.
Like, I did that with, I think, Lauren's book and a couple others, but I didn't think to go back and do
At
it with the
Elias's
originals.
will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years,
I'm pretty
he
happy.
made the
Like, we
family
found that
billions.
the ad so far is the only thing I didn't
Ernie
find.
earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point. Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust,
Which we know.
but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock. That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire
Like, you've been
family's
standing for a long
future.
time. Do you want to come in?
He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancy Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money.
Like, you can have some
The
custard
truth has
creams.
been
We got
eating
some
away
tea.
at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light.
So this has taken me about 16 hours. Do you have any payment?
And when it does, my share of the Clancy Trust
Let's
is
go.
yours.
Okay.
Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
God bless.
looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more root trees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
She just needed an uninvolved third party. I think she just needed an uninvolved third party to prove. So like if she goes and she says, oh, they're, you know, my actual blood relatives, then it doesn't count. But if I do it because I'm a genealogist, then it proves it. I think it would still be a little bit uncertain because of the... Sam Matson's book was published. It received mixed reviews. Life went on and a new president took over the company. The Roottrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Roottreemania is now unlocked as a new game. What? So I'm curious. Okay, I have a question, Cleric. What's the premise of the secondary story? Are we still just finding blood relatives? Is that too spoilery? I'll probably